All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Court officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krsnić.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I note that Mr. Krsnić is appearing today via video link, and the other accused are all present in court. I also note that Judge Barta is participating via video link this week. First, there are two preliminary matters to address. In light of the recent changes in counsel and the length of these proceedings, I want to remind all parties of some obligations arising out of the directive on counsel and the Code of Professional Conduct for counsel before this court. Under Articles 22 sub 4 and 24 sub 1A and B of the Code of Conduct, counsel shall perform at all times his or her representation in an efficient manner and in the best interests of the client. In the performance of their responsibilities, counsel shall represent the client in an efficient and effective manner with the purpose of avoiding unnecessary expense or delay of proceedings and act in and safeguard the client's best interests. These responsibilities necessarily encompass counsel's obligation to ensure that they have competent and available co-counsel in place to appear without delay in these proceedings on their behalf in situations where counsel are temporarily unable to do so. I also recall that according to sections 6.2a and d of the Directive on Counsel, applications or applicants for admission to the list of counsel shall provide a statement regarding their availability and a statement to abide by the Code of Professional Conduct for counsel upon appointment or assignment. Therefore, not only co-counsel need to inform the registrar of their availability to appear in the case, but must also keep the registrar apprised of any changes to this availability. Absent such notification, it must be assumed that co-counsel's availability to appear in these proceedings remains unchanged. Lastly, I recall that pursuant to Section 18 sub 4 of the directive, chosen counsel shall have the authority to sign documents and to appear in court on counsel's behalf, dealing with all arising matters. In line with the above, the panel will issue an oral order. The panel directs the registrar to file on the record a memorandum regarding the obligations of counsel by 26 February 2024. And two, to seek an indication from Mr. Misitich whether he will elect or keep as co-counsel any and all of co-counsel currently listed as representing Mr. Thaçi and or seek the designation as co-counsel of any other persons. The panel also directs Mr. Misitich to inform without delay each of the individuals whom he will seek to maintain or seek to be designated as co-counsel to be prepared to step in and represent Mr. Thaçi before the specialist chambers if and when called upon by Mr. Misitich or by the panel to do so. And two, inform the registrar by 4 March 2024 of any person currently listed as co-counsel on the list of Mr. Thaçi's defense team members who are not prepared to do so, so that the registrar can strike any such person from the list of co-counsel. Mr. Misitich may ask the registrar to maintain some or all such individuals on the list of Mr. Thaçi's defense team in other capacities that he thinks appropriate. And three, provide the registrar with an updated list of Mr. Thaçi's defense team by provide a list of Mr. Thaçi's defense team members by 11 March 2024. The panel emphasizes that the above applies to all counsel in their respective teams, and this concludes the panel's order. As to the second preliminary matter, the panel advises the parties that they will receive a hearing calendar for the balance of this year, September through December 2024, before the conclusion of today's hearing this afternoon. The parties will also receive an agenda during the lunch break for the discussions on scheduling and planning that will take place at the conclusion of tomorrow's in-court hearing. We will now start the testimony of prosecution witness W00498. Madam, yes.
Your Honour, good morning. Following the email sent in December, for the order of cross-examination, I will be cross-examining first, followed by Mr. Misicic, and then the usual order.
Understood. We have that down. Thank you for reminding us, though. We are in public session, and Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in.
Your Honor, while the witness is being brought in, we circulated back in December a protective information sheet for the witness to assist him with protective measures, and I intend to give him a copy of that before he's commencing his testimony. I understand there's no objections to the use of that protective information sheet.
Thank you. Good morning, witness.
Dobro jutro.
Good morning.
I'll provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of the rules. You may take a look at it and then read it aloud.
Svestan znam
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Be seated.
Hvala.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last 4.5 hours. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel may have questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 30 minutes. The defense estimates that it will need 4 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope and urge counsel to be judicious in their use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. Witness, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom with anyone until you have finished giving evidence. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. And I remind everybody that at 10 o'clock we will take a 10-minute break. Witness, we begin with the direct examination by the Special Prosecutor's Office, who are seated to your left. Mr. Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. We have met before, but for the record, I will introduce myself again. My name is Nico Barlink, and I'll be asking you questions today on behalf of the SPO. Your Honor, if we could please move into private session to obtain some identifying details of the witness.
Madam Court Officer, please take us into private session.
Your Honors, we are now in open session.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Witness, just a reminder that we're now in open session, so now the public can hear what you say and what we say. Witness, you have previously been interviewed by the SITF, is that right?
Извините, sa kim?
Excuse me, who?
Special Investigative Task Force, that was the organization before it became the SPO.
Da, jesam.
Yes.
Could the court officer please pull up 00152-TR, RED, and that's not for public broadcast. All right, witness, can you see that document in front of you?
Vidim.
I can see it.
And do you recognize that as the interview that you gave?
Da.
Yes. Yes.
Recently, that is, when you came here last time, did you have an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the contents of this interview?
Jesam.
Yes.
And during your preparation session, when you were here in December, you indicated that you had no corrections to the interview. You did, however, give some clarifications in response to questions. Is that right?
Tačno je.
That's right.
And were these clarifications reflected in a note that was then read back to you?
Nalaze se u belešci.
Yes, they're included in the note.
And do you confirm that what was read back to you in that note reflects your clarifications fully and accurately?
Potvrđujem, tačno je.
Yes, I confirm that. It's correct.
Subject to the clarifications in that note, does the interview that's on your screen, does the transcript of that interview accurately reflect what you said at the time and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Tačno je still.
Yes, it's all accurate.
Thank you, witness. Your Honours, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with the decision F01976, the SPO hereby tenders all parts of, and I should clarify before I do that, that the Serbian version of the transcript was omitted from our Rule 154 motion, but we intend to tender the Serbian version as well, and that's 00152-TR RED. The English version is 00152-TR ET RED, and the Albanian version is 00152-TR AT RED, along with the preparation note, and that's ERN 117819 to 117821.
Any objection?
No objection.
No, thank you.
Any objection?
Nothing for me.
00152 TRRED, both in English and Albanian, and the note, and ERN 117819 to ERN 117821 are all admitted and should be assigned a number.
Your Honors, statement with ERN 00015-TR, its English and Albanian translations, will be assigned exhibit number P01011. Preparation note with ERN 117819-117821 will be assigned exhibit number P01012.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. On the 8th of December, the SPO submitted a proposed summary of the witnesses, now admitted Rule 154 statement to the panel, to the defense, the victims, and the Krasniqi defense proposed an amendment which the SPO has accepted, and otherwise we have received no objection to that summary, so with Your Honor's leave, I will now read out the summary.
You may proceed.
According to what witness 498's mother told him, on the 17th of July 1998, the witness's father, brother, mother, sister-in-law, and newborn nephew were stopped by the KLA members on the outskirts of Rahovac. The witness's father and brother were driven towards Malishevo, whereas his mother, sister-in-law, and newborn nephew were detained at the former police station in Malishevo for about 8 days. The witness's mother could hear moaning coming from the men in the basement of the building. On the 8th day, the witness's mother, sister-in-law, and nephew were taken out of the building and put on a bus, which also had other women and children, along with Serb men with their hands tied and heads down. Witness 498's father and brother were not on the bus, and the witness never saw them again. At one point, the witness's mother, sister-in-law, and nephew were separated from the men and were released a few days later. Witness, I will ask you now a few questions about the years following the kidnapping of your family members. Did your family report the disappearance of your father and brother to any organizations?
Jeste.
Yes, I reported it to the ICRC, Médecins Sans Frontières, our police, and some other relevant institutions.
And did you personally participate in any public events related to the disappearance?
Pa učestvovao sam
Yes, I participated in searches and also in a march of peace, so-called, to Dragobilje, from Orahovac to Dragobilje, when 2 journalists were released and when we were looking for our near and dear ones.
Do you recall approximately when that march took place?
98. godine.
In 1998, now whether it was in October or November, I don't know, but it was in 1998.
Još kad je bio OEPS.
When the OSCE was still there, William Walker and the rest. That's when it took place.
And do you recall roughly how many people attended that march?
Pa bilo je oko 3-4.
Well, 3,000 to 4,000 people.
You mentioned that you went from Oravac to Dragobil. Why did you go to? Why do you know why the march went to Dragobil?
Marš išao ka Dragu.
The march went to Dragobilje because two journalists were released from Dragobilje, and William Walker succeeded in having them released. So we went to Dragobilje because we believe that our family members may be kept there.
Thank you. Now, during your preparation session in December, and this is captured in preparation note 1 at paragraph 4, you said that you spoke to your mother the day that she was released, and you said that at that time she told you what had happened during the 14 days they were in custody. And you also told in your SITF interview, you said that your mother had passed away in March 2007. And my question is, between mid-1998 and your mother's death in 2007, how often did she talk to you about the events?
Pa pričala mi je skoro
Well, she talked to me about the events almost every day. Not really every day, but almost every day, because that was one of the main topics of our conversation, because we were trying to locate my father and my brother.
You said that you talked almost every day. How did you come to talk to her every day?
Pa tako zato što je
Well, because my mother was sorrowful and she was looking for her husband and son, and every day we discussed with Serbian politicians and the police and the ICRC, and that's how we came to discuss this almost every day, because we had some obligations connected with this almost every day.
Where did you live at the time?
živjeli smo u
We lived in Orahovac, in Kosovo and Metohija.
You lived together or separate?
živjeli smo zajedno.
We lived together, all of us together in the same house.
And during that time, that is between mid-1998 and 2007, did your mother's story ever change?
Ne, nije.
No, we didn't. Because she only told the truth about what she had experienced.
And did you at some point receive confirmation that your father and brother were no longer alive?
Dobio sam potvrdu
Yes, I got the confirmation in 2007, 1 month before my mother's death, when we were told that our DNA were found amid mortal remains, and that those were the mortal remains of my father and brother.
And how did that feel for you?
pa osjećaj je bio težak.
Well, it was very difficult. We had all hoped that they were still alive. However, that was not the case, and it was an indescribable feeling. How would I put it to you? Very difficult.
And you were still living with your mother at the time?
Da, živjeli.
Yes, yes. We still lived with our mother. When they sent us this piece of information, my mother got ill soon afterwards, and she died 1 month later.
All right, and how did she react to this information?
Pa reagovala je veoma teško.
Well, she reacted by taking it very hard. She got ill, and then in March she died. She had a serious illness and she died in 1 month, and I took over the remains in June. We had all been hoping that my father and brother had been alive, because everybody was talking about this, that they were still alive, that they were doing forced labor somewhere in a camp or in a mine or something. However, that was not really true.
Thank you, witness. Those are all the questions I have for the witness. Perhaps at this stage, should I tender the protective information sheet? Yes, I tender that, Your Honor.
Any objection to the sheet being admitted?
No objection.
No.
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, the information sheet used during witnesses' live testimony will be admitted and granted a number.
Your Honors, the information sheet will be assigned exhibit number P01013.
It's admitted. Thank you. Mr. Ellis?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just take a moment.
Is the, Madam Court Officer, is the Serbian and Albanian and English versions of the statements all admitted? They're all under the same numbers. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. My name's Aidan Ellis, and I'll be asking you some questions on behalf of Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. Could we go into private session for a moment first, Your Honor? For the protection of the witness's name.
All right, Madam Court Officer, into private session.
Honors, we are now in open session.
Thank you.
Wait.
Witness, I'm going to ask you some questions about the previous statement that you gave in 2013, the one that the prosecution's already referred you to this morning. And At the time you gave that statement in 2013, you said that you were working. I'm going to ask you some questions about the situation in Rahavech area in July of 1998. And in your statement in 2013, you said that it was a mixed population, but you didn't know exactly then the numbers from each ethnic group. Do you recall saying that in 2013?
Da, sjećam se.
Yes, I remember.
And you
Bilo je
estimated,
više Albanaca nego što je sad.
There were more Albanians than Serbs.
the numbers at 15,000 Albanians and 4,000 or 5,000 Serbs. Is that about right?
Ma ne znam da li je tačno 100%.
I don't know for sure whether that's correct, but there were many more Albanians than Serbs. Now, whether the figures were 15,000 versus 4,000, I can't say.
Your mother wasn't fluent in Albanian in July 1998, was she?
Tako je, nije govorila nikad.
That's true. She never spoke Albanian.
Now, as tensions rose in the area, the Serbian police were giving weapons to Serbian civilians in the Rahavech area, weren't they?
Ne.
No. The Serbian police wasn't giving away weapons.
Did your family receive weapons? Witness?
Svi punolitni su dobili oružje.
All the residents who were of age received weapons from the territorial defense of the city.
And that included your family members, didn't it?
Ja I brat, da.
My brother and I, yes, but not my father.
Could we have on screen, please, but not to be displayed to the public, SPOE 00201-838? Witness, are you able to see on the screen? There are, I think, 7 names with your surname. The document isn't being displayed to the public, and I don't want to use your surname on the public record, but you see 7 names there with your surname, correct?
Vidim.
Yes, I see.
Which And do you recognize amongst those names names of your family members?
Prepoznajem sebe
I see my name. My name is written here,
i nikog više.
and no one else from my family.
And this is headed weapon list Orahovac. So had you received a weapon from, you say, the territorial defense at that time, witness?
Kao što sam rekao, dobio sam. Još
As I have said, I received a weapon back in 1992 after I completed my compulsory military service.
Very well. Now, could we have on screen P01011? And again, this is not for broadcast to the public. And in the English, it's page 25, and in the Serbian, page 24. Thank you. If we could go down in the English to line 22. And the Serbian, I think, begins at line 4. Thank you. Witness, you were asked in 2013 about who the KLA members from that area were, and your response was all of them were. Do you see that in the statement?
Da, i tvrdim da su i dalje.
Yes, and that is still my position, that 90% of them were members.
And you went on that if they were not physically involved, then they were helping them financially and by all other means. So all of them were involved. Do you recall saying that?
Rekao sam.
Yes, I said that,
I stojim iza toga.
and I maintain that.
You didn't know all of the Albanians in the Rahavec area personally, did you, witness?
Ne.
No, I didn't.
We've clarified this morning already, there were around 15,000 Albanians in that area, correct?
A možda ih je bilo i više.
Maybe even more than that. As I have said, I don't know for sure.
You haven't said how many of those were physically involved in the KLA, have you?
Pa ja ne znam tačan broj.
Well, I don't know the exact number. I didn't keep records for them.
And you don't know how many of the 15,000 were helping the KLA financially, do you?
Odakle bih ja znao?
How would I know that? I didn't manage their finances or anything else.
And then you add another category saying that Albanians helped the KLA by all other means. All of them were involved. You recall saying that?
Jesam.
Yes.
It's just a generalization that you've made, isn't it? Because as you said to the investigator, all Shqiptars are the same to you.
Pa skoro su svi isti.
Almost, yes, when it comes to that matter.
Now, If we can go back, please, to in the English page 24 and in the Serbian page 22. And it's beginning at line 16 in the Serbian and line 8 in the English. And when you spoke about the attack on Rahovec, you said that you guarantee that Ismet Tara and Sabhadjin Sena were one of the leaders of the attack. Do you recall saying that there?
Da, rekao sam.
Yes, I said that.
Was that you saw Ismet Tara negotiating with the Serb and Roma community after the war in July or August of 1999, correct?
Tačno je da je pregovarao, a nije
It is true that he negotiated, but the basis was not that. The basis was that all Albanians used to say that Ismet Tara was the main commander.
What you said in 2013, I think it's over the page, lines 1 to 3 in the Serbian on the next page. And in the English, you were asked, what makes you so sure? And your response was, because I know that after the war they were conducting the negotiations with the Serb side and also with the Roma. So what you said in 2013 is that the reason was that you saw them negotiating. That's right, isn't it, witness?
Ja sam rekao da je pregovarao.
I said that he negotiated with the Roma community, not with the Serbian community. He never negotiated with Serbs.
Don't you, that seeing somebody in the summer of 1999 doesn't necessarily mean that they were the leader a year earlier in the summer of 1998. That must be right, mustn't it?
Ja sam to rekao iz
I said that based on what I heard from Albanian acquaintances who said that Ismet Tara was one of the leaders and commander. I didn't say this only because he had negotiated with the Roma community.
And you weren't actually at the meeting in summer of 1999 with the Roma community, were you?
Ne.
No.
And when you were asked, you say they conducted negotiations on whose behalf. You responded, on behalf of Shqiptars or KLA, I don't know. That's right, isn't it?
Ne razumem pitanje. Šta sam rekao?
I don't understand your question. What did I say? Where does it say what I said?
Lines 16 to 18. Let me see if I can get a Serbian reference for that specific bit. Is it perhaps on the page before? Oh, sorry, it's the very top of the page that you're on, line 1. So the question you were asked was, you say they conducted negotiations on whose behalf, and your response was, on line 1, on behalf of Shqiptars or KLA, I don't know.
Tačno je.
That's correct. They conducted negotiations with the Roma, not with me or with Serbs.
And you didn't know Ismet Tara or Sabahadin Sena personally, did you?
Znao sam
I knew them not personally, but I knew them by sight because Ismet Tara had a kebab shop, and Sabahudin Sena worked in the 18th November factory.
So what you told the interviewer about the leadership of the KLA in Rahavec was just based on rumors and on things you heard other people saying to you. That's right, isn't it?
tačno tako. Jer ja nisam
That's correct. I wasn't their member in order to be fully in the know.
So you didn't have any personal knowledge of any KLA structures in the Rahavec area in July 1998, did you?
imao sam saznanja od Albana, od prijatelja
I had information from Albanian friends who had told me that, and I personally did not attend any meeting.
So you had no personal knowledge, you just heard people saying it. That's right, isn't it?
čuo sam od drugih
I heard it from other people, as I told you, from Albanians who probably attended. But nobody is going to admit to that now. Sabahudin Cena was a political leader because he held meetings and he appeared in newspapers. His political speeches appeared in newspapers.
I'm going to move on to the events of the 17th of July 1998. And it's right, isn't it, that on that day you were working at the Termovent factory until 3 p.m. And then you went to have lunch, correct?
otišao sam kući posle posla.
I went home after work and then we had lunch.
And then you played some football until you heard shooting around 5 or 6 p.m. And then you were told by some policemen to go home. Is that right?
Tačno.
That's correct.
You did go home, didn't you?
Da, otišao sam kući.
Yes, I went home. And while I was at work, I talked to my parents who called me to say that they were about to leave from Vrnjačka Banja.
You didn't actually witness what happened to your family members or what happened in Rahavec, did you?
I, ja nisam vidio kidnap.
I didn't see my family being kidnapped. My mother was there. She saw everything because she herself was kidnapped, as was my sister-in-law.
But as you confirmed in 2013, everything you say was said by your mother. That's right, isn't it? You didn't see it yourself. It's what you've heard from her.
U 90% slučajeva oko kidnap.
What my mother said about kidnapping was 100% true. I didn't witness it. I didn't witness the kidnapping, didn't see it personally. I conveyed my mother's story.
Your Honor, I see the time. That might be an appropriate point.
All right, we'll take the 10-minute break I discussed earlier. Witness, you will be taken from the courtroom.
Važi, hvala.
All right, thank you.
Still in public session, we will break for 10 minutes. Please be back in your seats by 10 after 10. We're adjourned.
All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we're ready to continue. Mr. Ellis, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honour. Witness, where we had left off, you had just confirmed that you didn't witness what happened to your family members. You didn't see it personally. You were conveying your mother's story. That's right, isn't it?
Nemam prevod.
I'm not receiving interpretation.
Are you able to hear the interpretation now, witness?
Čujem, da.
Yes, I'm hearing it now. Can you please repeat the question?
Where we had left off before the break, witness, you had just confirmed that you didn't witness what happened to your family members. You didn't see it personally. You were conveying your mother's story. That's right, isn't it?
Tako je.
That's right.
Bring up a painful memory, witness, but your mother passed away in March of 2007, didn't she?
Tako je.
That's right.
Read your interview from 2013 with the investigative task force. You don't refer in that interview to any written notes from the time, do you?
Tačno je tako.
That's right. Except for the fact that my mother also gave a statement to the International Tribunal and everywhere, but I have not read those.
In a moment, witness, but you didn't keep any notes from what your mother was telling you at the time, did you?
Ne.
No.
So at the time of your interview in 2013, you would have been trying your best to recall what your mother had told you at least 6 years earlier, correct?
Majka mi je pričala
My mother told me about it till the end of her life. As long as she was alive, she was telling me the same story all over again every day, and I stand by the truthfulness of her story.
The events of July 1998 must have been very traumatizing for your mother. And she was suffering from emotional outbreaks when she gave statements to the authorities, wasn't she?
nije tačno. Moja majka
No, it's not true. My mother was an exceptionally strong and courageous woman, and she was giving statements with a clear mind, and her statements were 100% true.
Now, your mother was accompanied by her son to an UNMIC interview in Belgrade in June of 2006. Was it you that accompanied her to that meeting?
Da.
Yes, she went everywhere with me.
There's a record of that interview, which for those following is SPOE 0019091 at the second page. There's no need to pull it up on the screen, but the person recording that interview said, the interview was comprehensive, although Ms. Baljos, although your mother complained about the high number of interviews she gave before, although she suffered from time to time emotional outbreaks and refused for more than 45 minutes to have a look at the pictures of the photo lineup. That's correct, isn't it, as a reflection of the interview in 2006, which you attended?
Ne znam tačno, ne mogu da vam...
I don't know exactly. I cannot assert this, but it's possible that that happened.
I ne znam o kom razgovoru je reč.
I don't know what interview you are talking about.
2006 with UNMIK in Belgrade, which you accompanied her to, witness.
Da nije bilo ranije, 2000...
Was it not earlier than that? Because I'm doubtful about 2006.
Well, but you were the person that accompanied her when she went to give statements, is that right?
A verovatno ja sam bio...
Yes, probably I was the one. I was the only one who went with her, but whether it was that year or not, I cannot say for sure when I don't know.
And let me just ask this. It's right, isn't it, that when you went with her to interviews, from time to time she suffered emotional outbreaks because of the nature of what she was discussing? That's right, isn't it?
Nije tačno, sigurno.
No, it's not true.
Well, that's what the record that the interviewer has made records, witness. Are you disagreeing with the interviewer on that?
I object to that, Your Honour. There's no
Yes, Justice.
foundation established.
I disagree.
I rather thought he had, but...
Oh, overruled, go ahead.
The question, witness, was that the record the interviewer has made records your mother suffering from emotional outbreaks. Are you saying that you disagree with the interviewer about that?
Teško je bilo sigurno za...
It was certainly difficult because she did not know what was the fate of her husband and her son, and that she looked at all the photographs. She certainly did, if they showed her any photographs.
Now, witness, I understand that you weren't there and that all you can tell the court is what you recall being told by your mother, but I still need to ask you some questions about the detail of those events in July 1998. You understand me?
Razumem.
I understand. And there's no problem.
P01011 And again, this shouldn't be displayed to the public. It's just for those in the court. And it's page 6 in both the English and the Serbian. Now, I think it's lines 12 to 13 in the Serbian and line 20 in the English. You were told that when your brother stopped the car, 50 or 60 fighters, or you say however many there were, came out of the bushes. Do you recall saying that?
Da, sjećam se.
Yes, I remember.
Can we then have on screen, please, SPOE 00195-761, and I think the Serbian is U0000211. Again, not to be disclosed to the public. In fact, due to the protective measures, all of the documents that I'll be referring to, I think, can't be displayed to the public. That's the 4th paragraph in the English, and I think it's probably over onto the next page in the Serbian. Yes, the 4th paragraph on that page. Witness, this is from your mother's statement to the investigating judge in Belgrade in June of 2000. And do you see there that she said, just a kilometre before we reached Orahovac, about 10 Albanian terrorists dressed in KLA uniforms and armed mainly with rifles came out in front of our car. You see that in her statement, witness?
Vidim, da.
Yes, I can see it.
Could we then go, please, to KO19-5141 on the 2nd page? Sorry, it's to a different document, the ICTY statement, which is KO19-5141. We only have an English version for this document, and it's the 3rd paragraph on the 2nd page, please. Witness, you know, don't you, that your mother gave a statement to the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia, correct?
A verovatno je dala. Dala je.
She probably did. She has given many statements. I don't know all the organizations to which she did, but she certainly did.
And in this statement, she said, I can't tell exactly how many men there were there altogether. However, 5 or 6 of them surrounded our car. So, witness, your mother wasn't certain herself how many men there were at the time of her detention, was she?
Ona je rekla samo.
She just said those who were uniformed, but there were civilians carrying weapons too. She said around 10 of those who were in uniforms, and the civilians carrying weapons, she didn't really state any number because you cannot count them at the moment. So those who surrounded the car were 5 or 6 or 10 in number. You cannot have 50 men surrounding a car.
He has given in these statements are quite different from the 50 or 60 or however many it was that you give in your statement, isn't it? Just yes or no, witness. It's different, isn't it?
Na papiru jesu, ali
On paper, yes, but in reality, no.
Now, that document can be taken down, thank you. Now, witness, again, I think this question can be answered yes or no. You've said that your mother told you about a man called Jakob Hoti from Cerny Lug, who was at the detention place in Malyshev. That's right, isn't it?
tačno je.
That's right.
And your mother told you that he treated them in a rather fair way. That's right, isn't it?
Tako je.
That's right.
Go back to your statement, which is P01011, page 11 in the English, page 10 in the Serbian. Lines 14 to 17 in the Serbian and 5 to 8 in the English. And what you have said, this is your statement now, witness. What you've said there is that your mother asked, and sorry, I should have said not for broadcast to the public again. You said your mother asked Hoti about my father and my brother on the third or fourth day. You can, according to what he said, based on his description of their clothes and so on. Do you recall saying that in your statement?
Da, sjećam se.
Yes, I recall.
Back then to KO19 5141, which is the ICTY statement of your mother. The third page, please. Third paragraph, please. Yeah. Now, what your mother said about this to the ICTY is, and in this statement she's already mentioned Jakob Hoti by name. She says, in this building I asked one of the guards about my husband and son, and he told me that they were kept in the building too. He described the clothing of my husband and my son in a very detailed way. So what your mother was saying to the ICTY is that it was one of the guards who told her about the clothing, not Jakob Hoti. That's different from what you've said to the investigator, isn't it?
Stražar ili kako god hoćete da ga...
A guard, or whatever you want to call him, the one who was opening the door of the room where they were in, his name was Jakub Hoti, and he was from Crni Lug. It says even here Jakub Hoti. I can't really read English, but here in this paragraph you can see it.
That's the point, witness. And don't worry, I'll read to you what you need to read so that you will hear it in the Serbian. But that's the point, isn't it? When your mother refers to Jakub Hoti, she uses his name because she knew his name. When she said she asked one of the guards, that's not a reference to Jakub Hoti, is it?
Jakub Hoti, moja majka mi je pričala.
My mother told me that Jakub Hoti was the one who opened and closed the door of the cell or the room, whatever you want to call it. He was the only one who was there, and he wore some sort of uniform. And he introduced himself by saying that his name was Jakub Hoti and that he was from Crni Lug.
Can we then go to SPOE 00194-062, which is the English, and the Serbian is SITF 000-62645. And in the English, it's page 194071. Question 59. And the Serbian is SITF 000-62654. Now, witness, this is from your mother's interview with UNMIK in 2006, the one that we mentioned earlier. And what she said there is that the men that told us that were standing in front of our doors as a guard described me what my husband was wearing and also what my son was wearing. So she's not referring there to one person, one Jakub Hoti. She's referring to the men guarding. That's right, isn't it?
Tako piše, ali ja,
That's what it says here, but I'm telling you, perhaps she didn't know at the time what his name was. But he said later that his name was Jakub Hoti, that he was from Crni Lug, and she said that this was the man who helped her. Not only to her, but he also brought in nappies for the baby and so on. Jakub Hoti was the one who brought the nappies for the child and food, milk and everything else. And that was when he introduced himself.
Just comparing the two versions, what you've said your mother said and what she said in these statements. And there's a difference, isn't there? Because you say she told you that Jakub Hoti described the clothing, whereas the two statements we've looked at say one of the guards described the clothing. That's correct, isn't it?
pa on je bio taj stražar. Ja,
Well, he was the guard, Jakub Hoti.
Witness, you've already confirmed that you were not there. You're just reporting what your mother has said to you, correct?
tako je.
That's right.
Your mother has said, and there's a difference, isn't there?
Nema razlike nikakve.
There is no difference. You're showing me 5 documents. One mentions Jakub Hoti, the second one doesn't, the third one does again.
Ja vam kažem, jedini čovjek koji je pomogao
I'm telling you, the only person who helped them was him. he helped them by bringing food and nappies for the baby. Maybe my mother was reluctant to mention his name. How do I know why she put it that way?
Move back to your statement, P01011, at lines 19 to 21 in the English. Page 9, lines 19 to 21 in English. Page 9, lines 5 to 7 in Serbian. Now, you say there, witness, that you were told that Jakub Krasniqi was sitting behind a desk like a gentleman and asked your mother and sister-in-law about their names, last names, who are you, what are you, who do you have, and everything else. Do you recall saying that in 2013, witness?
Da, sjećam se.
Yes, I remember that.
And can we then go back to your mother's statement to the ICTY, K0195141, on the third page, please? Now, again, this is in English, so I'm going to read it to you. But what your mother said to the International Criminal Tribunal was that in the morning, the three of us were taken to a man who had his office on the first floor. He was wearing civilian clothes, and all he wanted to ask us were our personal details. A few days later, then dressed in black uniform, he told us his name, which is Jakub Hoti. It's clear there, isn't it, witness, that your mother identifies the man in the office who took her personal details as Jakub Hoti. That's right, isn't it, witness?
Jako Hoti je bio
Jakub Hoti wore a black uniform, and he was the one who opened and closed the door of the room where they were kept. As for their details were taken down by Jakub Krasniqi, who wore a camouflage uniform.
Mother says, is it, witness, because she says that she was taken to a man who had his office on the first floor, and that man, he told us his name is Jakub Hoti. That's what your mother said to the ICTY,
ja sam rekao,
isn't it,
Jakub
witness?
Hoti se
This to you again one more time so that you have it. This is from the statement that your mother gave to the investigators from the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia, and it says, "We spent the night in a room guarded by one guard in a camouflage uniform. In the morning, the three of us were taken to a man who had his office on the first floor. He was wearing civilian clothes, and all he wanted to ask us were our personal details. A few days later, then dressed in a black uniform, he told us his name, which is Jakub Hoti." Now, I hope that's been translated for you now, witness, and what I'm putting to you is that what your mother says there is different from what you say in your statement in 2013, isn't it?
Ne može da bude razlike.
There can't be any difference. I said to you, and I maintained, that Jakub Hoti was the one who opened and closed the door of the cell, whereas Jakub Krasniqi was the one who took down their personal details. I wasn't there. I'm just telling you what I had heard from my mother. Had I been there, I would not be here today. Just like all other men who are gone.
Be the one who knows who was in the office and who took personal details. That's right, isn't it?
Tako je, njene lične podatke uzeo.
That's correct. Her personal details were taken down by Jakub Krasniqi.
To the ICTY, in which your mother says clearly that the man who had his office on the first floor, who took their personal details, was Jakub Hoti. That's different from what you say your mother told you, isn't it?
A kako je u prošloj izjavi bilo pisano da
How come in the last statement it said that it was Jakub Krasniqi who took down their personal details?
It's from you, witness. The last one was what you said in 2013. This one is what your mother said to the ICTY. And that's exactly what I'm saying. There's a difference between what you say and what your mother has said in statements.
nema nikakve razlike. Ja vam pričam.
There is no discrepancy. I'm telling you the truth, what I had heard.
Could we then have on screen U005328 in the English, U005040 in the Serbian? Again, not for broadcast. And it's the final paragraph on the first page in the English. And I believe also at the end of the first page in the Serbian. Now, witness, your mother spoke to the Serbian police, the MUP, in September of 1998, didn't she?
Tako je.
That's correct.
And what she says there in the final paragraph of her statement is that it was Jakub Hoti who came to them and started interrogating them, and that on the next day it was Jakub again who came to interrogate them. So she has Jakub Hoti asking them questions, That's right, isn't it?
Ja vam lijepo kažem, on je
I'm telling you. It says there, Jakub Hoti, who wore a black uniform and introduced himself as the police commander. Most likely he did interrogate them, question them, but how would I know? And then it goes on to say that he helped them, gave them food and other items for the baby, whereas their personal details were taken down by Jakub Krasniqi. He didn't question them, he just asked them for their name and last name.
Well, witness, I'm going to put it to you that Jakub Krasniqi was never there during your mother's detention. And your mother has not said that it was Jakub Krasniqi who took her personal details in the statements that she's given.
rekla je, ma do,
She did say, perhaps she didn't remember it back then, but the only person she mentioned was Jakub Hoti because he was the one helping her.
Well, let's go to the ICTY statement, which was K195141 on the third page. In this statement to the ICTY, your mother has said that she thinks she saw a man called Jakub Krasniqi who once came to the room, but she doesn't say that he took their personal details. Witness. And I'm going to show you one more statement, and this one is, we do have a Serbian on this, translation on this one. It's SPOE 00194-062, and the Serbian is SITF 000-62645. Can we move to that, please? Again, not for broadcast. And it's page 194077, and I think page 16 in the Serbian. Looking for question 107. I think the answer is at the top of the next page. Now, this is from the passage where your mother was asked about the person that she said was Jakub Krasniqi, and she says, he said something in Albanian, I didn't understand what, then he went out, nothing more. So no mention there is there of this man asking her questions, taking her personal details. Witness.
ja ne vidim ni pitanje ni ništa, sve
I can't see the question or anything else. It just says, witness, he said something in Albanian.
The question is missing on the Serbian version. But there's nothing in the answer to say that personal details were asked for, is there?
a na osnovu čega da dam odgovor kad ne vidim pitanje.
How can I reply when I don't see the question? I just see that it says something in Albanian.
Is that in the written statements that she has given, your mother never said that the man she thought was Jakub Krasniqi asked for her personal details or interrogated her. That's different from what you're saying, isn't it?
I ja sam vam rekao, meni je
As As I've explained, my mother told me that Jakub Hoti was the man who opened and closed the door of the cell, brought food for the baby, and so on. Whereas Jakub Krasniqi took down their details and didn't interrogate them any further. He just introduced himself as Jakub Krasniqi and said, "Give me your details, name and last name." That's what my mother told me. I did not invent this, because I didn't even know of Jakub Krasniqi.
You invented, but I am saying it's different from what your mother has said in her statements over the years. And that's right, isn't it, from the statements you've seen today?
Nema razlike nikakve skoro. Sve je skoro isto.
Almost no different whatsoever. 90% is identical.
Now, you met the prosecution in December of this year and had a preparation session with them. You remember that, don't you? Sorry, in December of just past.
Ovdje.
Here, you mean? Yes, yes.
What you said in the course of that session was that your mother's comments to you about Jakub Krasniqi came later in 1998, around August, September, when she saw him on television. Do you recall saying that last month to the prosecution?
Da, rekao sam.
Yes, I said so. When she saw Jakub Krasniqi on television, she said, "Well, this is the man who took down our personal details." That's what I said.
What happened to her in July 1998, as soon as she was, as soon as you saw her again? That's right, isn't it?
Tako je.
That's right.
Saying is that she only mentioned the name Jakub Krasniqi later than that, in August or September 98. Is that right?
Ona je pominjala.
She mentioned the man, but she couldn't remember the name. When she saw him on television, on the news, then she said, "This is the man who took down our personal details."
Let's go through that then. Can we go back to P01011? Still not for broadcast. Page 10 in the English, page 9 in the Serbian. And it's lines 15 to 18 in the English. And page 9, line 25 in the Serbian. In fact, I think we might need to go over the page to the top of the next page in the Serbian. Now, you were asked in the interview in 2013, how did she find out that the person taking their personal details was Jakub Krasniqi? And your response was, he told them this during the interrogation. He introduced himself. That's what you said in 2013, isn't it, witness?
Tako je. Tako.
That's right. That's what I said. He said, "I'm Jakub Krasniqi."
In both versions. Well, in fact, I think we don't need to. You didn't say in 2013, at any point in that statement, that you or your mother saw Jakub Krasniqi on television, did you?
Ma nisu me pitali, ja sam.
They didn't Ask me. I saw him on television on a daily basis. He was on the news every day. I didn't say that I spoke to him.
Out that the person taking their personal details was Jakub Krasniqi. And you didn't say because she saw him on the television at some point in August or September 1998, did you?
On se lepo predstavio, ja
He introduced himself, as I told you. He said, I'm Jakub Krasniqi, give me your names and last names. That's what he asked them. I didn't say that he questioned them or interrogated them or anything. He just wrote those details down in his notebook.
Witness, that wasn't the question that I asked you. The question that I asked you was in 2013, when you gave this interview, you were asked how did she find out that the person taking their personal details was Jakub Krasniqi, and you didn't mention the television, did you?
možda nisam spomenuo, ali
Maybe I didn't mention it then, but as I've told you, back then he had introduced himself and told them that he was Jakub Krasniqi.
Indeed, the first time that you have said that your mother mentioned Jakub Krasniqi after seeing him on television was 25 years later when you spoke to the prosecution a month ago. That's right, isn't it?
kako sam mogu da kažem, kad je moja majka umrla od 2000,
Well, my mother died in 2007. How could I have mentioned it earlier? So, 2 days after they arrived in Malisho, the man came, took down their details, and she told me that that was the man.
I asked you what I asked you was you haven't mentioned the seeing Jakub Krasniqi on television until you spoke to the prosecution last month. That's right, isn't it? Yes or no?
ja sam sad spomenuo da ga je
I mentioned this now that she saw him on television, and then she said to me, this is the man who took down our details.
That's a convenient point.
All right, we'll take our morning break at this time. The court officer will escort you out of the room, witness. This will be a half-hour break. All right, we're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in.
Mr. President, just to advise the panel, in light of counsel's cross-examination thus far, I expect my cross-examination to be significantly reduced.
Thank you very much. I can't hear a word you're saying. Oh. Mr. Krasniqi is missing on the screen. Mr. Krasniqi is either going to have to be here or file a different waiver.
Quite, Your Honour. We haven't heard anything different, so I don't know what's happened. But I'm reluctant to start without him.
Yes,
as it
we
concerns
aren't
him.
going to start without him. All right, Mr. Krasniqi is now back. Mr. Ellis, you may continue.
Microphone, please.
Witness, you know, don't you, that your mother gave statements to various different official bodies and agencies, didn't she?
Tako je.
That's right.
Can we have on screen, please, U0005328? And all of the documents in this section are not for broadcast to the public. And the Serbian is U0005040. No. Witness, your mother spoke to the Serbian police on the 31st of September 1998, didn't she?
Vjerovatno jeste.
Probably, yes. Now
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, witness. Were you saying something?
Ne, u redu je.
No, it's fine, it's all right.
No. That would be just after you say your mother saw Jakub Krasniqi on television in August or September of 1998, correct?
Tako je.
That's right.
Witness, you have the statement in front of you in Serbian, but I can tell you there's no mention of Jakub Krasniqi in that statement to the Serbian police on the 31st of September 1998.
Vidim.
I can see that.
And then the next statement that she gave was to the OSCE in January of 1999, and that's P00235. If we could have that on the screen. That does not look like the right. It's page 4001-0577. So this is the statement to OSCE in January of 99. It's in English only, witness, but I can tell you there's no mention of Jakub Krasniqi in that statement either. And if we could move on to SPOE 00195-761, which is the English, and U0000211, which is the Serbian. So your mother gave a statement to the investigative judge in Belgrade in June of 2000, didn't she?
Tako piše.
That's what it says here.
And again, witness, I've been through that statement and there's no reference to Jakub Krasniqi in that statement. We've already been to the ICTY statement from December of 2000, which was K195141. And if we could have that on screen at the third page. Now, I read you the relevant paragraph from this one before the break, and you'll recall there is a mention of Jakub Krasniqi. Your mother says she saw a man called Jakub Krasniqi, but there's no mention there of seeing him on television in August or September 98, is there, witness?
Verovatno tako piše, ja ne razumijem sada.
Probably that's what is written there, but I cannot read English. I can just see that what's written is the name, Jakub Krasniqi.
Let's go on to SITF 000-62540 and the Serbian SITF 000-62540. Sorry, the English is ET. You should have the Serbian on the right of the screen, witness. Your
Da,
mother,
vidim.
Yes, I can see it.
your mother reported to the Serbian Security and Information Agency in Belgrade in February of 2003. Is that right?
Verovatno jeste.
Probably so. That's what's recorded here.
Again, witness, you can take it from me, there's no mention to Jakub Krasniqi at all in that statement. And let's go to SPOE 00. Can we go to SPOE 00194-062 and in the Serbian SITF 000-62645? And it's page 194077 in English and beginning at page 15 in the Serbian. If I can just give you a moment to read the Serbian answers to questions 104, which is at the bottom of the page. And 107 and 108 on the next page. So the top of that page. No. There is no mention in that statement, is there, witness, of seeing Mr. Krasniqi on television?
Da, na televiziji da.
Yes, on television, yes, that's not mentioned.
And in fact, the answer given at 108 is, that your mother gave at 108 is, I don't have a clue what he is. I've just heard his name in the hall when they've mentioned it, and nothing else. That's what your mother said, isn't it?
Tako piše.
Yes, that's what is written here. How would I know? How should I know? I don't have a clue what he is.
I've walked you through 6 of your mother's statements now, in the period between 1998 and 2006, witness. And we haven't seen a single one of those statements in which your mother said she saw Jakub Krasniqi on television. That's right, isn't it?
Tačno je.
That's right.
Seen him on television in 1998 and recognized him, as you now claim, she would have mentioned it in one of those statements, wouldn't she?
Verovatno.
Probably.
Now, you've
Ali
confirmed...
se spominje da je bio u Mali.
But it is noted that he was present in Malishevo.
Yeah. We'll come to that, witness. You've confirmed a couple of times this morning already that your mother told you that Jakub Krasniqi introduced himself. Is that right? Or the man she thought was Jakub Krasniqi introduced himself. You recall saying that?
Rekao sam.
Yes, I said so. He introduced himself personally. He said, my name is Jakub Krasniqi, and he only asked them what their names were.
Question 104 on that page. Yeah. There is no mention there, is there, of somebody introducing themselves as Jakub Krasniqi. What your mother actually said is, I've just heard when they spoke in the hall, here comes the most rigorous man, Jakub Krasniqi. You see that, witness?
Vidim.
Yes, I can see it.
And could we have on screen again the ICTY statement, K19 5141, on the 3rd page? I'm going to read this to you again, witness. I've read it once before, but I'll read it again in fairness because we don't have a Serbian version available. This is what your mother said to the ICTY investigator. In the same building, I saw a man called Jakub Krasniqi who once came to the room where we were kept. He didn't tell us his name, but later I heard other Albanians in the building calling him with this name. So, witness, you said earlier you don't think you've seen these statements before, but what your mother told both the ICTY and the UNMIC was that she heard the name Jakub Krasniqi used by other Albanians in the building, not that he introduced himself. That's right, isn't it? That's what we're seeing here, isn't it?
Ja vam pričam šta je meni majka.
I'm telling you what my mother told me. I was not present there, so I've told you my mother told me that he personally asked them about their names and that he introduced himself. Now, I don't know what's recorded here.
What you say she told you is different from what is recorded here as what she said to those investigators, isn't it?
Spominje se svuda Jakub Krasniqi.
Jakub Krasniqi is mentioned everywhere. Now, I wouldn't know what or how.
Witness, you say your mother told you he introduced himself. This statement that I've just read to you says he didn't tell us his name. You'd accept that's different, wouldn't you?
Ja vam pričam to što mi je majka.
I'm telling you what my mother told me. I did not invent it or anything. She said that he personally introduced himself, said that his name was Jakub Krasniqi, and he asked them for their names.
But that is not what your mother has said to these investigators, is it?
Your Honor, this is now asked and answered.
We have gone over this several times.
Very well. I'll move on, Your Honor. Witness, we spoke at the start of your evidence about the structure of the KLA in Rahovec, but you certainly didn't know about the structure of the KLA in Maleševa in July of 1998, did you?
Ja nisam znao ni za Mališ.
No, I didn't know in Mališevo or in Orahovac because everything that happened happened quite suddenly.
There are a lot of people with the surname Krasniqi in the Malešev area. Yes?
Verovatno ih ima.
Yes, there probably are.
Krasniqi is one of the most common surnames in Kosovo, isn't it?
Pa ne znam.
Well, I don't know. But there are many for sure.
Had you heard that Gani Krasniqi was sometimes referred to as the mayor of the free zone in Malešev in July of 98?
Prvi put sad čujem Gani Krasniqi.
This is the first time I hear about that, Gani Krasniqi. But I'm not saying that there aren't any other Krasniqis. There probably are, but I have not heard of Gani Krasniqi.
Your Honor, this next reference is not to be shown on screen to the witness, but it is for those following in the court.
Grun Berisha, Skender Krasniqi, Iznikilja, Jakub Hotin, Ragib Thaçi.
And if we could then go to SITF 003000270, and this shouldn't be broadcast. Now, this is another document from the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Serbia in February of 2004. And if we can scroll down to the bottom of the page, just to confirm the name, the name 2 lines up from the bottom, that is your mother's name, correct?
Da, ali ovo nije dokument ministra.
Yes, but this is not a document of the Ministry of the Interior.
The person this document is referring to as a suspect is Skender Krasniqi. You see that name in the first line on that screen, yes?
Vidim, ali to nije
I see that, but this is not a statement by my mother. This is a statement concerning the village of Retimlje and so on.
To a different issue. That document can come down. Thank you. You've said already that you attended the interview with UNMIK with your mother. You weren't sure about the date, but do you recall your mother being asked to try to identify people from a photo lineup?
Pa ne znam sad, ali
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe yes, but I doubt that she would have recognized anyone.
It's SPOE 00194-018, and the first page I need to show you is 194022. Witness, this is the list of photographs that were shown to your mother. You see there the name Jakub Krasniqi and numbers 5, 7 and 14, correct?
piše 5, 7, 14, ja.
Yes, it says 5, 7, 14, Jakub Krasniqi, yes.
Please, to your mother's response when shown those pictures, and it's in SPOE 00194-062, in the English SITF 000-62645 in the Serbian. And it begins at pages 194081 in the English and 62664 in the Serbian. Now, what we see there is at number 136, your mother was shown photograph number 5, and her response was I don't know. And if we could scroll down to 138 on the same screen, she was shown photograph number 7 and responded, I don't know the name, I don't know anything. And then question 147, which will be on the next page. She was shown photograph 14 and responded, nothing. So it's clear, isn't it, witness, that your mother was shown 3 photographs of Jakub Krasniqi and couldn't identify him in any of them. That's right, isn't it?
Tako piše.
That's what it says here. I wasn't present to know more.
You can see that's what it says here, witness, yes. And if your mother had
Piše
seen,
tako, da.
That's what it says, yes.
if your mother had seen Jakub Krasniqi in July of 1998 and then recognized him on television in August or September of 98, she would have been able to pick out one of his 3 photographs in a photo lineup, wouldn't she?
Pa verovatno bi.
Most likely, yes. I just told you what my mother had said to me, that he was the one and that's all. I did not invent the name, the last name, nor do I know who he is.
Well, it was public knowledge, wasn't it, in July of 1998 that Jakub Krasniqi was the spokesperson of the KLA. Did you know that?
Nisam znao.
I didn't know.
Right, I thought you mentioned earlier that he was always on television. You didn't know that he was the spokesperson, witness?
Nisam znao.
I didn't know that he was the spokesperson. All I know is that he was in KLA, and after the August of '98, he was constantly on television.
You've now seen from the documents, but didn't know before, there are at least two members of the KLA staff in Malyshev with the name Krasniqi, Gani Krasniqi and Skender Krasniqi. You've seen that today from the documents, correct?
Skender Krasniqi, ja sam...
I read in the statement here, Skender Krasniqi is mentioned in relation to Opterusha, Ratimlje, and another village. All of these are villages near Orhovac, and some 20 to 30 people had been kidnapped from those villages.
I'm going to put my case to you clearly, witness. Jakub Krasniqi did not meet your mother in the police station in Malyshev in July of 1998. And you weren't there at the time, witness, so you're not in a position to confirm who your mother saw during her detention, are you?
Ja vam tvrdim da...
I'm maintaining that my mother told me that that was Jakub Krasniqi. She told me that his name was Jakub Krasniqi and that he took down their personal details, their names, and so on. That's what my mother told me, and I am 100% sure of that. I did not invent anything, nor did anyone else. Now, whether that is the Jakub Krasniqi or some other man with that name, I wouldn't know.
You recall being told by your mother, but you don't know yourself, do you?
Lična saznanja, ja nisam bio tamo.
I have no personal knowledge because I wasn't there and I didn't see anything. As I've told you, not a single man came out alive from there. All of them were killed.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you. Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, witness. My name is Luka Mishetic. I am counsel for Mr. Thaçi, and I will have just a few questions for you this afternoon.
No problems.
Into private session briefly to protect the identity of the witness, please.
Please take us to private session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Witness, on the 17th of July, 1998, you were in Rahovec that day, correct?
Tako je.
That's right. I was at work until 3 p.m.
Once you finished work, what did you do?
Otišao kući,
I went home, had lunch, and after that went to play football.
According to your statement, you went to play football around 5 p.m. Is that correct?
tako je.
Yes.
And where exactly in town did you play football?
U sportskom centru
In the sports center in Orahovec, if you know where it is located.
With that, is that in the center of town?
pa nalazi
Well, it's close to the market, close to the Orvi company.
Town?
pa nije baš centar,
Not really the center, but it's close to the center. It is mostly populated by Albanian residents.
You say in your statement that you left for home around 6 p.m. Is that correct?
pa sad da li je tačno 6,
Well, whether it was 6 or not. We went home when police told us to leave from that sports field.
Police telling you to leave, you didn't mention in your statement seeing anything unusual in town around that time, correct?
Pa ništa nije bilo.
There was nothing unusual. It was just like a regular day.
So you saw nothing unusual all the way until you got home, correct?
A dok smo igrali fudbal,
While we were playing football, we could hear shooting. There was shooting all over, but we didn't know what it was about.
When you left, did you see any, you said you didn't see anything unusual, and I'm asking you, when you left all the way till you got home, you didn't see anything unusual, correct? You didn't mention anything unusual in your statement.
pa ništa neobičajno.
Nothing unusual. We just saw that there was some commotion among the Albanian residents in a street. We went by car.
Witness, your mother never saw your brother after the night of 17 July 1998, correct?
Nije videla ni brat.
Neither my brother nor my father. It wasn't at night. It was during the day at about 4 or 5 p.m. at the entry point into Orahovac.
Anyone else in your family seen your brother after 17 July 1998?
Ne.
No.
That your brother's wife and your aunt claimed that they had seen your brother in 2 different occasions after 17 July 1998.
He didn't say that. I'm 100% sure. Because they were killed 5 days after leaving Malishevo. That's what the report said.
On the screen, not for public broadcast, SPOE 400100571 to SPOE 400100579 at SPOE 00116985, please.
Please repeat the ARN.
SPOE 400-10571 to SPOE 400-10579 at SPOE 00116985. So it should be page 576 in this document. Okay, and if we,
Just for the record, this is P00235.
thank you. If we could go to paragraph 15, please. Witness, this is a statement of your sister-in-law, your brother's wife, and I'll read it to you so it can be translated. But she told investigators, furthermore, I am convinced I saw my husband in Orahovac 1 week ago today, 21 December 98. There was a ficha full of Albanians behind that was a Lada with about 7 people in it. The car had no registration. My husband was in the Lada. It drove by slowly, I am sure of it. Your sister-in-law never mentioned seeing your brother, either to you or your mother never mentioned her having told her this?
Ne.
No. She never mentioned it. I see this for the first time, and I hear this for the first time.
A kako je mogla da ga vidi kad su
How she could have seen him when they were killed immediately in August in Mališevo.
A od kad je ova izjava, izvinite, koje godine?
What's the date of this statement? Which year?
So it's as you can tell from the statement, it's January of 1999. She talks about having seen him 1 week ago today. So end of 98, beginning of 99. And we also have another statement where your mother says she was told this by her daughter-in-law, your sister-in-law. Again, your mother never mentioned this to you. Is that your testimony?
Ja nisam čuo za ovo.
I didn't. I never heard of this before. This is the first time.
Cole told you that your brother left a message on the answering machine sometime after he was stopped by the KLA, correct?
Tačno. Tako je.
Correct, that's right. Whether it was really my brother, I don't know. My uncle took that tape with the recording to be analyzed, but they were not able to establish anything.
Did he take the tape to?
A u policiji u Beogradu.
To the police in Belgrade.
You're aware the Serbian police has a copy of the tape?
Ma pitanje da li
Well, it's a question whether that still exists. I know that my uncle took it there, but where he took it, I know that it was to the police in Belgrade.
Are you aware that your mother stated that your brother left a phone message at your sister-in-law's place as late as September 1999?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. I'd like to show you, witness, a statement that your mother gave in June of 2006 to UNMIC, and this is SPOE 00194062 to 0194084, red 3. And not to be broadcast to the public. And if we could go to page 00194079, please. If we could scroll down, please, to a portion that says from April last year. There we go, right there. This is something your mother said in June of 2006, and I'd just like to ask you a few questions about it. She says, from April last year, I am a sick woman, and I've stopped going anywhere because my children won't allow it. They say, you will remain there, you are ill, and you won't survive. But I didn't want to miss this, so I came. And it affects me, I am disturbed. Now, in June of 2006, your mother said that she had become a sick woman in April of last year, which appears to mean April of 2005. Could you tell us what illness she's referring to? And she's saying that her children, which I assume includes you, wouldn't allow her to go anywhere as a result of her illness. What illness did she have in April of 2005, or was she diagnosed with?
Imala je razne bolesti.
She had various illnesses. She got ill when she was quite young. She was born in 1945. She was 60 when she died. She had high blood pressure and blood sugar was high, so all sorts of things. And I didn't allow her to go anywhere to visit those organizations and so on because she did not achieve anything. They would all say all sorts of things. They would ask her what happened and how. It was the same old story every day. And once she returned, it would be even worse how she felt. And myself and my brother did not allow her to keep doing that.
Some specific diagnosis, it appears, in April of 2005. Do you recall what diagnosis she received in April of 2005?
Sjećam se svega.
I remember everything. How could I not remember? She had a tumor on her breast.
And is that ultimately what she died of?
Ma ja ne znam od čega
Well, I don't know what she died of. She died of a little bit from everything. Everything just came together, and I was not in charge of investigating the cause of her death.
If we go to page 4083 in this document. And to the part where she says, I can add a request to bring me. We scroll down a little bit more, please. That's it right there. She says, I can add a request to bring me my husband and son alive and healthy. That is my addition. I am not asking for anything else. That is important to me. I am not interested in anything else. So I just wanted to establish that her breast cancer diagnosis she received before she had heard of the DNA confirmation and the discovery of the remains. Correct?
Da.
Yes.
For answering my questions. Mr. President, I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Misetich. Yes.
No
ahead.
questions, Your Honour, thank you.
All right. Mr. Roberts?
Nothing for me, Your Honour, thank you.
All right, Judge Barta has some, oh, I'm sorry, redirect?
No, Your Honour.
Judge Barta has some questions. Go ahead, Judge Barta.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I hope you can hear me all right.
Da, čujem dobro.
Yes, I can hear you well.
Thank you. I have just a few questions in relation to what you told us today and what you told the prosecution in your preparation session in December last year. According to paragraph 4 of preparation note 2, this is ERN 117822 to 117823, you said that your family did inquire with Albanians about the kidnapping of your father and brother, but did not formally speak with the KLA. Your family was sure it was the KLA that had done the kidnapping, and that your mother recognized Ismet Tara and Zeba Haydin Chena, also known as Sosi. First of all, do you remember saying this to the SBO in December last year, 2023?
Da, sjećam se.
Yes, I remember.
Thank you, witness. I would like to know, why were you and your mother sure that the kidnapping was done by the KLA?
Nego ko bi drugi uradio?
Who else could have done it? I received the bodies from Mališevo. My father's and brother's bodies were found in 2007. Thanks to the DNA analysis, I received the bodies, and it was proved that they were executed. And 100% for sure it was the KLA. Nobody else. Who else would have done it?
Thank you. And you said, witness, that your mother recognized Ismet Tara and Zebaidin Chena, or Sosi. My question is, how did your mother recognize them, Mr. Tara and Mr. Chena? Did she know them from before?
Iz viđenja da.
By sight, yes. As I said, Ismet Tara had a kebab shop, and Sabaidin Sena worked at the 18th November factory, where he was not a laborer, but some sort of engineer or something. He had a university degree.
Thank you. Are you saying, witness, that your mother was also aware that Mr. Tara had that kebab shop and that Mr. Chena was working in that factory, as far as you know?
Da.
Yes. And that's true. Sabaidin Sena worked at the factory, as I said, and the other person was the owner of the kebab shop.
And your mother was aware of that?
Znala je za cenu da radi u fabrici.
She knew that Sena worked at the factory because my father used to work in the same factory.
Thank you. My next question is, why did you or someone from your family not speak, as you said, formally with the members of the KLA? Did you or a member of your family, as far as you know, speak informally with anyone from the KLA?
Pa nismo mogli da stupimo.
Well, we could not get in touch with them because they were hiding in the woods.
So that was in 1998? Are you saying they were hiding in the woods in 1998 or also 1999? Or why didn't you speak to them later on?
Mi smo pokušavali.
We tried to talk to them, but nobody was willing to tell us. They did not say anything about anyone, and up to this day, we do not know how they perished. And they hid in the woods as of 1997 up until the year 2000 when K4 came.
Thank you. And my next question refers to the next paragraph of the SBO's preparation note. That is paragraph 5. According, witness, to that paragraph, you said, or you told the prosecution in December of last year, 2023, that your family found out about the DNA match of your relatives in February 2007. And that your mother got sick because of the discovery and died because of it 1 month later. And you also said to the prosecution, or explained to the prosecution, that your family were hopeful until then, until February 2007, that your father and brother were still alive. Witness, earlier today, you told us that everybody was talking about this, that your father and brother were still alive, that they were doing forced labor somewhere in a camp or in a mine. So my question is, who were the people who said that your father and brother were still alive, that they were doing forced labor somewhere in a camp or in a mine or somewhere else? Who told you that?
To su ljudi,
Those were people, ethnic Albanians, that I worked with. We lived together down there. We spent time together, ate and drank, and they were the ones who were saying that they were probably alive and probably doing work in a mine or someplace like that. They were the ones who were telling us that.
Thank you very much. And my last question is, you told us today that your mother died in March 2007, 1 month after you received confirmation that your father and brother were dead. Is that correct?
tačno,
Correct.
7.
In 2007.
So when you took over the bodies in or around June 2007, your mother had already passed away, correct?
Tako je.
That's right. I took over the bodies personally and I buried them. And I also have the post-mortem examination report stating what was the manner in which they were killed.
And your mother, witness, couldn't attend the burial of your father and your brother because she was already dead. She passed away in March, right? 2007.
Tako je.
That's right. That's right. She died in March and I took over the bodies in June.
Thank you very much, witness. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the prosecution based upon the judge's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Ellis, in connection with the judge's questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Mizitich?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
All right. Witness, your testimony is now complete. You will be escorted from the courtroom and you are excused from any further activity with us. Thank you for being with us and for sharing your information with us. We wish you well.
Hvala i vama.
Thank you too.
Yes, Mr. Ellis.
Your Honor, I see that I forgot my tenders again. There were three documents I wanted to tender. The first was SPOE 00201-838, which was the document headed Weapon List, Orahovac.
Any objection by the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
201-838 will be admitted and be assigned a number.
The next two were the...
Just a second, Mr. Ellis.
Your Honors, SPOE 00201-838 to 00201-859 will be assigned exhibit number 4D26.
All right.
And the other two were the Serbian documents. The first is SITF 00304-479, and the second was SITF 00300-270. If I'm reading my handwriting correctly, I'll just check that again. Yeah, I think that's right.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. SITF 00304479 and 00300270 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honors, document with ERN SITF 00304479 to 00304482 will be assigned exhibit number 4D27. And the second document, SITF 00300270 to 00300271 will be assigned exhibit number 4D28.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we will need about 5 minutes to rotate the team for the next witness. It is close to lunchtime. We're in
We'll break for lunch for now so you don't start and have to stop immediately. We'll be back here at 2:30. We're adjourned until then. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Molim, ustanite.
Be seated. We will now continue to hear the evidence of prosecution witness W04576. Before the witness is brought in, the panel notes that the Thaçi defense had given notice to the panel of an objection it may raise in relation to SPO's use with W04576 of a book he published. Is it still the case, Mr. Misitich?
Yes, depending on how the prosecution goes about it, but yes. I don't know if you want me to articulate it, but.
You don't want to do it now. You want to wait and see.
Well, so our position is that the witness should be asked on direct what he knows. He's here to give oral evidence. and not put the book in front of him and then start reading from it and asking him to confirm or deny things that were said. If the witness needs his recollection refreshed, there's a procedure under Rule 143.1 for that to be done with leave of the panel under the rule. And then our position is, in light of the ruling last week by the panel on Rule 143, the book is not a statement for purposes of 143.2c and cannot be admitted for the truth of its contents. In other words, if the witness gives a statement that says, I say A, and the book says, I say B, the panel cannot take the B part. It has to either accept what he says, or the prosecution can disregard that evidence and not rely on it. But the prosecution cannot rely on what's in the book if it's contrary to what the witness said on direct examination. And Rule 143 is lex specialis for what a party can do to challenge the credibility of its own witness.
Mr. Mišetić, do you have authorities for the suggestion that we could not rely on an exhibit admitted under 138.1 for the truth of its content?
Yes. Well, if you want the authority, I'll have to look it up because this is a very unique situation. I will say that this argument flows from our difference of opinion with the panel as to how to read Rule 143.2c. Under our interpretation, the book does come in as potentially as a prior inconsistent statement. And I believe the SPO is in agreement. But first and foremost, I think the rule is lex specialis on how a party can impeach or challenge the credibility of its own witness. And outside of that, I don't see any authority to the contrary point, which is that the panel has the ability to, or I should say a party has the ability to not accept a witness's, or to rely on something contrary to what its own witness said on direct examination, except in accord with Rule 143.2c.
But wouldn't it be the same if, let's say, an order was signed by a witness? I mean, let me put it that way to you. Isn't it the case that if the book is offered, it will be admitted under 138.1, not 143.2c, as you indicated, because it doesn't qualify as a statement, considering it wasn't taken in the context of proceedings?
So an order is a contemporaneous document prepared in the ordinary course, or a business record. A book written by someone 15 years after the fact is not a contemporaneous document. It's not a business record. It's in effect a witness's own account of something. It's essentially, as I said, under our interpretation, it is a statement that, but for the panel's ruling on Friday, and I believe the SPO and the Thaçi defense are in agreement on this, is a statement that would have been otherwise been able to be put to him under Rule 143.2c. But because the panel has now ruled that a statement for that rule must be interpreted consistently with the definition in 153 to 155, then we want just everything to be applied equally now. It can't be heads I win, tails you lose. When we want to say that only portions of a statement are admissible under 143, the panel says it's only statements that are consistent with 153 to 155, that definition. But in applying a book, then that would be something that can be put to the witness outside the bounds of Rule 143.
So if I understand your argument correctly, we would have to regard the book as in effect a statement of the witness? Is that the suggestion?
Under traditional understanding in our, I would say, all common law jurisdictions of a prior and consistent statement means a book, a television interview, a newspaper interview, that could be put to a witness as a prior and consistent statement. Now, that isn't the case as of last Friday, and so that puts us in a different procedural posture now. And again, I would say our position is that the application of that definition should now be consistent. It cannot be put to the witness who's being called to give viva voce evidence precisely because the panel found inconsistencies in his evidence that made his admission of his SPO interview not proper under 154, to then put the book in front of him and to start leading evidence from him from the book. That's the first point. And the second point is it's not a interview taken in the context of legal proceedings, therefore it doesn't fit the definition of a statement for purposes of Rule 143(2)(c), and you can't, in that circumstance, take a statement that the witness made that's being called by the party, by the prosecution here, and allow them to rely on a statement he's made in a book that's contrary to the viva voce statement on the same point that he's giving now. I'm not saying that the prosecution is bound by what he says viva voce, but they can't rely on something that's contrary to what he said in court, particularly since it's not a contemporaneous document or a business record. Thank you.
May I, first of all, endorse the submissions that Mr. Misetic has made, but at the same time, remind the panel, because I know you're familiar with the contents of the SPO interview of the witness, that the posture of the witness throughout the interview was that the book contains very significant distortions and embellishments in order that it could be used to promote the author's political career by placing him in positions and connections that he didn't genuinely have. Now, it has echoes, and I don't wish to go into the history of the testimony of witness 4325, but it has echoes in a slightly different procedural context, because we know, before we start, that the book is absolutely full of things that the witness claims to have disavowed, and the very great danger then is that we find ourselves in a position where portions are being admitted. What didn't happen in the case of 4325 is that in order to know what is truth and what is accuracy, you'd have to go paragraph by paragraph through the book, or in his case the witness statement, to understand which parts he was standing by and which parts he was disavowing. So it's an extremely dangerous scenario, as we say, to be admitting the evidence of other statements of witnesses when they themselves admit that part of what they've said is untrue, unless you have a procedure which is obviously hideously time-consuming, going through paragraph by paragraph to find which part of the statement is true according to the witness and which part is false. So, I mean, it happened in the way that it happened with the other witness. This is slightly different because the book is not being tendered as truth of its content, so it's a rather different application. It'll be elicited, passages elicited in evidence, but the consequence is the same. This is in very, as I say, very different situation. These are witnesses who've told the SPO and through the SPO, the panel, that the documents we're concerned with are peppered with untruths. So it's not appropriate, therefore, to be using the document as evidence of the truth of its contents in any way, if we don't have a line-by-line account of what is said by the witness to be true and what is said to be false. That, with greatest, and I don't want to retrace it, that is my concern about the procedure in the connection with the last witness. The difference is, at least in this witness, you have the opportunity of hearing his answers such as they are in the witness box. It won't be the whole book going in as proof of the truth of its contents, as happened in the other instance. But once you have a witness who's said a document the prosecution wishes to use is peppered with untruths, and the only way that that witness's document can be of any use to the panel is if you have, in fact, gone through paragraph by paragraph.
You're making it saying as a truism that that many of the things he said in the book are false. That hasn't been proven yet. It's just contrary. It's not necessarily
No,
false.
he says in his
He says now it's false. Yes.
Yes, exactly. It's a different scenario because with that witness he came in to the court and said some of it's false.
Somebody could just come into court and say, well, everything I've ever said is false, and you think, well, that's the end of it then.
No, I don't. I think the witness can testify of what's true and what's false.
And you can show him any document to show that he, in contrary way, said something else.
Absolutely, and certainly
Yes.
that is. But what you can't do, the process for doing that is cross-examination, not impeachment of your own witness, unless the conditions for that are satisfied. You can't call a witness
if the condition
in order to
attached,
prove
you
what
can
they're
impeach.
saying is a lie.
You can certainly impeach your own witness if he testifies contrary to what he's testified to you before.
But this isn't testimony, it's a book.
Well, the book is the document you're showing to show that he previously made a statement. What better statement of the truth would there be than a book written by somebody as in the nature of a history that he signs as the author?
Well, I'm not going to answer that question. The witness has already answered it in the statement. He's saying, I was trying to promote a political
If we
therefore
choose
I'm
to believe
purpose.
that, yes.
Yeah, if you choose to believe that. But there is a difference. The rules on impeaching your own witness in the context of declaring hostile is where the witness has told you a version of events that he then changes. In other words, a party calling has interviewed a witness. They've made a statement asserting that this is what they will say and stand by, and then they retreat from it or contradict it. In those circumstances, the rules on hostility arise, but this isn't that situation. He told the prosecution straight away that the book contained untruths.
I don't think our rules are quite that narrow of a definition. I understand your argument. I'm just saying I don't think our rules were structured in such a way to be that narrowly defined. Ours are pretty wide open when you read them.
And I understand they come from different traditions as well, one of which is admission and internal conviction and so forth on the continental side. So I do understand that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, I rise for 2 points. One is I should have alerted in response to Judge Matreau one authority for what I'm saying in terms of using statements to lead a witness. And this actually is an oral discussion and an oral order in Prosecutor versus Caremera from the ICTR, a transcript of 31 March 2004, beginning at page 14, going to page 18 in the transcript. There was a discussion, and it discusses how both in the common law and in the civil law systems, a witness doesn't get a statement put in front of them, and then you can start asking the questions before you've laid the foundation that the witness needs to have a recollection refreshed. And just on the second point, on your point about the book being best, I just wanted to
Not necessarily the best. But
okay, I just wanted to make clear my position. Again, I just want to reiterate, I would agree with you that that's how the rule should be interpreted, 143(2)(c), but that's our position, which I understand was rejected on Friday, and in favor of a different interpretation of the rule. And so my position today is based on seeking a consistent application, because otherwise we're losing, the defense loses, depending on how the panel is changing the definitions to allow this to come in.
But just on that, Mr. Mišetić, isn't it you who are asking that we jump from one definition to the other? The definition of a statement is an account given by a witness of facts of which he or she has knowledge, given in the context or in relation to proceedings.
Yes.
Now, clearly, that wouldn't be the case of a book. And that's the definition that was given not just on Friday, but in the other decisions since a decade ago that are cited in that decision. So isn't that you asking us to treat something that comes within the field of an exhibit under 1381 as a statement for the purpose of 143(1), you say?
This is something I anticipated I was going to be asked, and this is why I emphasized that this is why Rule 143 must be treated as lex specialis, right? The specific conditions upon which a party can move to challenge the credibility of its own witness are laid out in 143. So if it's not a statement, you don't have the right at all as a party under 143 to put different things to try to challenge the credibility of your own witness.
But my point was more to the question of what you say the use that could be made of it is, because once we reach the point of an admission offer, the rule that will determine whether the book is admitted is 138, and 138 doesn't provide for, in my understanding, the restriction you mentioned.
The accused have fundamental rights to notice, right? So it can't be the case that the prosecution puts on one case, calls a witness viva voce, he gives viva voce testimony, and then the panel makes conclusions that are contrary to the prosecution's case, which are not put to the accused, and the accused had no notice of them. So if you apply the rules as I'm suggesting, which is that 143 is lex specialis, it precludes the prosecution from relying on a book to contradict its own witness and to rely on that book not just to impeach its own witness, but for the truth of the matters in the book that are contrary to what the witness said viva voce. and then the panel, contrary to the prosecution case, puts on a conviction on a different basis that is contrary to the case that the prosecution had to put on consistent with the rules, we consider that to be a violation of the fundamental rights of the accused to notice of the prosecution's case. So that's our position on it. It has to be that the defense knows what the prosecution case is, and with respect, we don't think that the panel then puts on a different case in deliberations that is contrary or inconsistent with the case that the prosecution put on.
Mr. Potch?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief because we're getting into a lot of hypotheticals and theoretical arguments, and I think we can cross those bridges when we come to them. I'll just say the SPO disagrees with essentially everything put forward by both counsel. We've heard a lot of conflation about matters to go to weight rather than admissibility. And again, like I said, we can cross those bridges when we come to them, but we're not reinventing the wheel here in our procedure with this witness. If we use documents, we're going to lay the foundation as we always do. And in terms of using, for example, a book, we're going to follow rules 1371, 143, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to proceed. Madam Court Officer, you can bring the witness in. Thank you for your submissions, by the way. You may be seated. We've already done that. Good morning, witness. Are you hearing okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the questions or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and to wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and we will accommodate you. We continue now with the prosecution's questioning of you. Mr. Potch, you may continue. You may commence.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
Your testimony a few weeks ago, you stated, and I'm referring to the 1st of February transcript, page 12501, lines 14 to 16, quote, "Initially, I was a soldier and then deputy commander of the brigade, and as of 14 May 1999, I was commander of brigade until 11 June 1999, end quote. And when we last met, we covered your positions, in fact, up until the 14th of May 1999, which is what I'm going to turn to now. Could you tell us who appointed you as brigade commander from 14th of May 1999?
Since I was a deputy commander of the brigade and the brigade commander fell on duty, it was self-evident that I would take over the functions of the commander.
And did anyone ever appoint you to that position, or did you take over the position just yourself without any indication?
No, I didn't receive a specific appointment. I just continued my duties, performing my duties.
And how long did you perform duties as brigade commander from the 14th of May?
From the 15th of May until the 11th of June 1999.
Evidence now that between the 14th of May and the 11th of June 1999, no one ever communicated any appointment or indication that, yes, you were the brigade commander for that brigade?
No, I just continued to cover these duties on my own.
Who is Agim Cheku?
Agim Cheku was a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And do you know whether he ever occupied any role within the general staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
I did not know at the time.
So when did you find out that he occupied a position in the general staff?
Towards the end of the war.
And did you ever have any conversations with Agim Cheku about your position in the brigade in May or June 1999?
No. Only during the burial ceremony of Commander Chamil Ilazi, I informed him that we had just buried Commander Chamil Ilazi.
Okay, and did he tell you anything about that or about the future of the brigade?
No, he only said we need to continue the war as we have started it.
Do you remember providing information to the prosecution during your interview about Agim Cheku ordering you to become the brigade commander in May or June 1999?
I don't remember.
And do you remember when you were here last, a few weeks ago, that you reviewed your prior statements and you were given an opportunity to make any corrections or clarifications there too?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with your leave, I would like to show the witness excerpts from his prior statements. I can make further submissions in the witness's absence if that's required.
All right.
Thank you. And court officer, could we please call up 074301 TRET Part 1 Red, as well as the corresponding in Albanian, which is -AT. And in the English, we're first going to go to page 24, and in the Albanian to page 28. Thank you. So, witness, on your screen, I hope you see two versions of your prior statement. On the left, it's in English, and on the right, it's in Albanian. I'm going to be reading from it so you can follow the interpretation, but you could also follow from your screen. And in the Albanian, I'm going to start towards the bottom of page 28. And in the English, I'm going to read from line 16. Question. For how long did you serve as the deputy commander of that brigade? Answer. I was deputy commander of this brigade until 14 May 1999. On May 14, 1999, Chamel Ilazi, the commander of the brigade, he was killed in action. And at the order of the General Staff, the Chief of Staff at the time, Agim Cecu, and I continued to be the commander of the brigade until June 1999. Witness, do you see and do you follow what I just read?
I said it earlier that there was no specific order to assign me or appoint me at any duty.
The judges why in your prior statement you said what I just read to you, that at the order of the General Staff, the Chief of Staff at the time, Agim Cecu, and I continue to be the commander of the brigade until June 1999. Could you explain that?
Most likely, this must be an omission on my side because I have never received any order.
And could you explain why, when you reviewed your prior statements, you did not correct or clarify that excerpt a few weeks ago?
I don't remember why I was not able to notice this specific part.
And court officer, if you could kindly turn to the next page on both, please, and I'm going to be reading from page 25, line 22. Witness, once again, this is from the same prior statement, in fact, just a few lines after the one I just read. And we have the following. Question. How about when Agim Cecu issued the order so that he would be the commander? Was that in writing or verbally? Answer. Agim Cecu just gave me a call, and he said because the commander was killed, so he asked me to continue as the commander until Kosovo is liberated. Question. In that call, did he tell you that it was because he was issuing the order, or was it on behalf of the General Staff? Answer. For sure he was. He was the Chief of General Staff. I didn't ask him in detail how, but he was the Chief of the General Staff. Question. So by virtue of his position, you understood that it was an order from the General Staff? Answer. Yes. Now, witness, once again, considering you reviewed this a few weeks ago and made no corrections, could you explain to the judges why that might be?
I repeat, I did not notice this because this was a simple phone conversation during which I informed him that the brigade commander Jamil Hoja was killed in action and that it was self-evident that I would continue with my duty. I did not see that order at the time, nor did I see it now.
Witness, just so that we're not losing each other in translation, I'm not referring to a written order. I'm referring to an order or an instruction in any form, be it verbal, oral, or some other way, if I can think of another way. Do you remember now, having looked at your prior statements, that Agim Cecu did actually appoint you or tell you that you would continue on as the brigade commander?
No. From the conversation with Agim Cecu, it was obvious. He said it is understood that we need to continue the war in spite of the fact that the commander was killed in action. So you continue with your duties you had until now. And at that moment, it was self-evident that given, considering that I was the deputy commander, I would continue with my duties.
So am I understanding correctly that during this conversation, Agim Cecu was the one who told you to continue with the duties, and in that case, since there was no commander to take over those duties, or did I miss something?
After I informed him about the commander Chamil Ilazi, he told me that despite the fact that our co-fighter was killed in action, we should continue our duties. And it was evident to me that I should continue with the duties of the commander of the brigade, as in my capacity as a deputy commander.
Witness, am I understanding correctly that you're telling the judges you continued in your capacity as deputy commander in May and June of 1999? Weren't you commander of that brigade at that time?
No, because I did not have any specific order appointing me to any position.
And then, witness, going back to just under 3 weeks ago, as I referred to you earlier in the transcript, you said, I quote, I was commander of brigade until 11 June 99. So are you saying that what you said 3 weeks ago is now also incorrect?
I carried out the duties of the commander for this during this period of time. I was not commander.
And court officer, I'd like to go to part 4 of the same interview in both English and Albanian, please. And that will be the first page of each of those. And I'm going to read from the last line on the English. And moving on to the next page. And witness, once again, this is another part of the interview that you gave to the SPO in February 2020. And I'm going to read an excerpt of it, and then I'm going to ask you a question. Question. When it came to appointing you acting commander of a brigade, going to the next page, you said that was again Agim Cheku on behalf of the General Staff who did that, right? Answer, yes, on 15 May 1999. Do you see that and do you follow, witness?
Yes.
Is what you stated there in your interview in February 2020 correct or incorrect?
I don't remember this part because I did not know that Aginchek was chief of staff.
And I'd like to show the witness 043900 to 044239, and its English translation, which is 043900 043903-ET, and the first page of each of those, please. Thank you, court officer. Witness, do you see two documents on your screen? The one on the right in color in Albanian and the one on the left in black and white in English?
Yes.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, certainly. But before that, I wish to give a clarification.
Answer my questions, witness, unless the judge wants to hear a clarification. Your Honor, I propose to move on. Witness, do you recognize this document?
Po,
Yes. This is my book.
So you're the author of this book, right?
po.
Yes.
And court officer, in the Albanian, if we could please turn to page 044182, and that will be in a different English transcript. So 044182. And from the English, I would like to go to 044174 to 044186-ET, and that will be on also the same page, 044182, please.
Mr. President, I rise just to make an objection to the use of the book for the reasons I outlined before. And if it's being used for purposes of 1431 or 1432C, both require leave of the panel. And I would ask just with respect to this witness that an application be made just so the parties are on notice of which rule is being requested so that we can make appropriate objections if we need to. Thank you.
Your Honor, for now, I don't think any application is necessary unless you guide me to. I'm laid the foundation. The witness said he authored this book. I'm going to take him to a part of the book and ask questions. If there is any need to treat the witness as hostile or otherwise, I don't think we've gotten there yet myself.
Then my objection is to the leading, and for the reasons, and I cited the ICTR case which discusses this point exactly. This is leading the witness, and we object to the leading. Well, before the horse gets out of the barn, I'm putting the objection on the record.
Thank you. The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, court officer. Witness, once again, in front of you there should be two documents, and these are pages from the book that you just told us that you authored. And I would like you to focus on the second paragraph on this page. And I'm going to read from the English. You can, of course, follow from the Albanian, and it states as follows. By order of the General Staff of the KLA, as ordered by Agim Ceku, as a result of the heroic death in action of the commander of 162, Agim Bayram Brigade, Chamalilazi, brackets, Bardi, Blonde, close brackets, as of 15 May 1999, the deputy commander of the brigade, Harish Kortai, is appointed brigade commander. The chief of staff, Shemail Krivanieva, will carry out the duties of deputy brigade commander. And then we see the date, 15 May 1999, brigade commander, and a signature. And do you recognize this, Mr. Witness?
Again, I would like to repeat that any liberation army in the world writes the history. When they write the history, we write about the resistance of their liberation units, the sacrifice of the peoples, the heroic acts of the martyrs of the nation. Writing about the heroic acts of the martyrs, we write about the glory of the army. And I've said this before, I'm repeating it again. I have written my book as I wanted to, as I wished to, not as it was. Because in any book, things are amplified, embellished, and this is the comment I wanted to make. Therefore, it is correct that I wrote this. It is my book. However, this is amplified, exaggerated, embellished, as anyone would do.
Witness, I remind you that you're here to answer my questions at the moment. That was not at all responsive to my question. I would appreciate if you would respond to the specific question, and that is looking specifically at the documents in front of you, in particular in relation to the second paragraph that I read out. Do you recognize that particular entry?
Certainly, I recognize the handwriting because I wrote this, but I repeat again what I said earlier. I exaggerated, I embellished it in the book and did not report as it actually was, because I wanted to write the book for the future generations to portray this in a better, more complete manner, because in those times in our war we were not in a position to produce such writings as I have represented them here.
Under the entry that I read out to you, there is a signature. Whose is that signature?
It's my signature. And I have prepared this much later after the war. I have embellished this to make it more beautiful and appealing for new and future generations.
Now, witness, on this point of embellishment, could you kindly explain to the judges from those couple of lines I read out to you what exactly you embellished, what you changed, what is untruthful, if at all, in there, please?
It's an embellishment because I say here upon an order from the General Staff, whereas in fact I did not have any orders from the General Staff. I say I was appointed when there was no appointment. I just continued my duties since I was the second in command in the brigade, and I continued the war. But in order to portray this in the book for the future generations, I portrayed and depicted this as I wanted to be.
And what exactly was your goal in portraying it, as you say, differently to reality? What were you trying to achieve? Could you explain that to the judges?
My goal was to present the organization and the conduct of the war in the most professional manner, because we all know the circumstances in which the war took place in Kosovo. This is an indication that we were not in a position to conduct things as they are represented in the book. Therefore, my kind request would be that, considering these embellishments, these exaggerations, please do not consider the writings in the book as real facts, because they are not real facts.
To focus on the last entry on the same page that's in front of you, I'm going to read from the English, and you can follow the interpretation or read if you're able to read the handwriting there. It reads as follows. By a decision of the Nerdim Operational Zone, KLA, on 10 and 11 June 1999, the command of 162 Agim Bayrami Brigade by Commandant Hirosh Kurtai will take place, and the newly appointed commander Shabir Zarku will take over these duties. And then we see the date of 11 June 1999, commander of the brigade, and your name, Hirosh Kurtai, as well as a signature. Do you see that?
Yes.
Signature yours?
Yes.
Now, if I understood correctly, you told the judges that you wrote this document after the war, is that correct?
After the war, correct.
In that case, could you explain, if you look on the right-hand side of the document, we see what to me appears to be 11/6/1999 on the side. Could you explain what that refers to?
The last day of war in the municipality of Kaçanik. This event occurred. However, these were then corrected and made suitable for the book after the war.
Could you explain what you mean there, that they were corrected and made suitable for the book? What was corrected?
For example, it reads here by a decision of the operational zone. I never had a decision then, nor do I have one now. Referring to this change, I don't have any written order regarding any appointment.
To the judges why you thought that writing this information, including your own signature, as you've confirmed it to be in a book, would somehow help the KLA's cause in the long run. Could you explain that to the judges?
I wanted to present for the future generations that I led the war until the 11th of June, and then the next one led the war for the future generations to have this picture of the war.
And witness, do you know why Shabir Zarko took over the duties as brigade commander from you in June of 1999?
I don't know.
Do you recall discussing that decision for Shabir Zarko to take over from you with anyone at the time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember having a conversation with Agim Cheku about Shabir Zarko taking over instead of you?
I don't remember exactly.
Your Honor, since the witness has said he doesn't remember exactly, with your leave, I'd like to show him a paragraph from the preparation note, and that is 118996 to 119003, and I'll be referring to paragraph 19 of that note, if that's allowed. Thank you, Your Honor. And Court Officer will turn to page 118999, and I'm going to read from paragraph 19. Now, witness, the document on your screen now is a note that we have taken and we have provided to the defense and to the judges after we met with you a few weeks ago, after you went through your prior statements and provided the clarifications that you had, and we asked you some questions. Now, in this note, it's recorded that you said as follows. W04576 does not remember the reason Shabir Zarko took over, but W04576 was not happy about it. W04576 was leading the war effort, and then, after liberation, Zarko took over. Agim Cheku explained to W04576 that this was the decision he had taken, and, as a military man, W04576 accepted that this was the case. Now, witness, having considered this, and since you told me a moment ago that you couldn't remember, that this served to refresh your memory as it's reported here, of you telling the prosecution a few weeks ago that Agim Cheku explained to you that it was a decision he, Agim Cheku, had taken, and that you, as a military man, accepted that this was the case, here referring to Shabir Zarko taking over instead of you.
I don't remember exactly, because this was a long time ago. This was perhaps a phone conversation, so I cannot be precise on this point.
A phone conversation between who and whom, please?
I am not very certain whether this was a phone conversation between Agim Cheku and myself or not. I am not certain. I cannot say.
Do you recall telling the prosecution a few weeks ago, in fact, to be specific, on the 29th of January of this year, what I just read to you in particular, and I'll read it again, Agim Cheku explained to W04576 that this was a decision he had taken, and as a military man, W04576 accepted this was the case. Do you remember telling the prosecution that just over 3 or under 3 weeks ago?
It is possible that I did say it, however, I'm not able to establish and corroborate this with precision and certainty because a long time has passed and I cannot be certain.
Incorrectly, that you're telling the judges you're unable to remember whether you did say this or not 3 weeks ago. Is that your evidence at the moment?
Could you please repeat the question?
You told me that it was possible that you said this, but you weren't quite sure. Could you explain if that means that you are not able to confirm to the judges that you did or did not say this information just 3 weeks ago?
It is possible that I did say it, however, I do not remember exactly. I don't remember it being exactly as it is presented here. Because of the process, I am not able to confirm with certainty this.
The documents can be taken down. Thank you, court officer. And witness, are you aware of any issues, problems, or conflicts between Chamil Elazi, known as Commander Bardi, and Shukri Bouya in 1998 or 1999?
I have never been aware of such problems, and I personally do not believe that there were such problems.
And are you aware of any issues, problems, or conflicts between Chamil Elazi and the KLA General Staff in 1998 or 1999?
No, I'm not aware of that, and Commander Chamil Elazi never discussed such problems with me, and again, I do not believe that he had such problems.
I'd like to once again call up the same book we had earlier, 043900 to 044239, and we're going to go to page 044181, and the English translation is at 044174-044186-ET. I can repeat that. So the page number, we can start there, is 044181. Thank you, court officer and witness. As you may have seen, the documents on your screen now are from the same book that we looked at earlier and that you confirmed is your book. The document on the right is in Albanian and on the left in English. Do you recognize the document on the right of your screen?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I saw this document after the war, and it was released just before the war ended. However, I personally saw it after the war.
And if you remember when or how long after the war did you see the document?
I don't remember exactly how long after the war because I published this book much later.
And the version of the document that's in your book, could you tell us if that is the version you received, or did you obtain it some other way for publication?
I saw this document after the war, and I obtained it when I needed it for my book, which was to be published.
From your personal collection or somewhere else?
I obtained it from the headquarters of Zone Number 6 of the Kosovo Protection Corps in Gilan.
And do you have any reason to question or dispute the authenticity of this document?
No, I don't.
Now, we see that this document at the top left is, it refers to the KLA, Neredim Operational Zone, and it's dated 27 May of 1999. Witness, is it correct that the 27th of May 1999 is when you would have been acting either as Deputy Commander or as acting Brigade Commander of Brigade 162?
Yes, at the time I was deputy commander, but carried out the duties of a brigade commander within the brigade.
And I'm just going to read through this order. Since it's quite brief, you can, of course, follow the interpretation Albanian or from the page in front of you. And we have subject, order for increasing formation manpower, based on the necessity of bringing number 6 Guards Battalion up to strength. I order that 30 soldiers be selected to bring number 6 Guards Battalion up to strength. The soldiers must have the following qualities: bravery, patriotic spirit, strength and body height, should not be older than 35. The soldiers will be taken on to the strength of number 6 Guards Battalion of the Neredim Operational Zone. This order will be carried out in full by 10th of June 1999. The person responsible for the execution of this order is the acting commander of 162 Agim Bayrami Brigade, Mr. Hairush Kortai. And then we see that it is the signature block refers to commander of the Neredim Operational Zone, Shukri Buya, and we have a signature. Now, witness, is it correct, as stated in this document, that Shukri Buya at this time, in May 1999, was the commander of the Neredim Operational Zone?
Yes.
And as you will have heard and concede, the last line that I read says that the person responsible for the execution of this order is the acting commander of 162 Agim Bayram Brigade, Mr. Hairush Kortai. Does that mean that Mr. Buya knew that you were the acting commander of Brigade 162 at that time?
He probably did, and it was self-evident that following the fall in action of the previous brigade commander, his duties would be taken over by the deputy commander.
And could you tell us, I think you might have said already, but could you tell us whether this order was implemented or not?
Since the war was in its final stage, it could not be implemented. It was supposed to be implemented until the 10th of June. Kaçanik was liberated on the 11th of June, and then there were other developments that followed.
And other than this order by Shukri Bouya, during your time as acting commander of Brigade 162, did you receive any other orders from him?
No, I didn't, because it was a short time period. From 15th of May to 11th of June, it was less than a month. The possibility to communicate was very poor.
Do you recall, again, in this period of time, May and June of 1999, ever receiving an order to form a new brigade within the area?
No, I didn't receive any order because the war ended, and once the war ended, I didn't have any dealings with the brigade's activities anymore.
And, Your Honor, I'd like to admit the pages shown to the witness, which is page 044181, the English and the Albanian, as well as the cover page of the book, which is page 043900 in English and Albanian.
I'm sorry, I'm not keeping track of the numbers. Is that the document that's on the screen now? If I could be heard in private session at the end of the day when the witness is not here, I will have an objection, but I don't think it's appropriate in public.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pach. Mark it for identification, if you will.
Your Honors, a page with ERN 043900 and its corresponding English translation, and page with ERN 044181 and its corresponding English translation will be placed under one exhibit number marked for identification P01014. Yes, Your Honor. That's a page with ERN 043900.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pach.
Thank you, Your Honor and Court Officer. Witness, once again focusing on this period of time, so May and June of 1999, when you were acting Brigade Commander, Brigade 162, could you tell us what was happening in the brigade, what was going on in those 2 months or so?
Perioda ka qenë 15th May to 11th of June 1999, that is that period. There was no particular development, although I don't remember any details regarding this period since long time has passed.
Was there any fighting or any battles going on at that time, if you remember?
There was fighting going on a daily basis.
And since there was fighting going on a daily basis, did you have to issue any orders or instructions to any of the soldiers that you were in charge of at the time in relation to that fighting?
It was impossible in those circumstances to prepare orders. There was severe fighting. We did not have the luxury to write orders, make plans. We simply had to defend our battle lines.
And putting aside written orders, which I did not refer to, did you communicate any instructions or simply tell anyone in your brigade what needed to be done, considering that there was fighting ongoing at the time?
për shkak se ka qenë edhe më shumë ka qenë edhe ushtri vullnet.
Since it was a voluntary army, most of it, everybody knew what their duties were, and they were also on their positions. We did not have time to issue orders, directives, plans, and so forth.
Let's put aside the terms orders and directives. How about tasks? Did you give anyone any tasks? Did you ask them to do this, that, or the other in relation to the battle, or not?
Kuptohet që gjithë I kanë ditë.
Of course, everybody knew their duties and tasks. Whoever joined the KLA and assumed their positions in the territory of responsibility, they took up also the duties to defend that territory.
Did you not, for example, tell your soldiers anything about what to do with any civilians that may be trapped or part of the battle somehow?
Në atë kohë kur unë kam.
At the time when I led the brigade, we didn't have civilian population because the entire civilian population was forced out of their homes by the Serb forces and sent outside the borders of Kosovo.
And in these months, as the battles were going on, did you provide any information to the zone, to the Neradim operational zone, about what was going on in the area that you were acting brigade commander of?
Nuk kemi pas mundësi me dhënë.
It was not possible because we were far from the command of the zone. To go from the Kachanik mountains to there was quite far and impossible.
In May and June of 1999, did you have mobile phones or telephone communication of any type or capacity?
Unë personalisht nuk.
I personally didn't.
Could you tell us who Shevket Paloshi is, please?
Ka qenë antar.
He was a member of the brigade staff.
And which brigade is that?
Brigada 162.
162 Brigade Agim Bayrami.
Do you have any particular role as a member of the brigade staff?
He had two tasks, one related to personnel, which was not that complicated since every soldier reported voluntarily, and his duty was to systemize or deploy those soldiers within the units of the brigade.
Is that one task or is that both of them? Was there another task he had?
This task that I mentioned was his main task.
Was there some other task that he had?
No, nuk ka pas detyrë.
He did not have any other task. However, he had a hobby. He made some photographs and recordings out of his own will.
And what did he take photos and recordings of in May and June 99?
Sometimes the units of the brigade, and that would happen when there was no fighting going on.
And did anyone in the brigade, Mr. Palosci or otherwise, have any tasks or role in relation to providing information?
Ko pasko ka dhënë Shefket
Every now and then, Shefket Palosci did, but the possibilities were very scarce, limited.
Mr. Palosci provide information to when he could.
Po ku ka pas mundësi mjeteve të informimit.
Whenever he could, to the information.
Whom did he provide information to?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I do not remember.
Did you ever ask him, when you were in your capacity of acting brigade commander of Brigade 162 in May and June of 1999, to provide information, for example, to the Neradim operational zone about what was going on in your area?
Jo, se nuk ka pas mundësi.
No, because it was not possible at that time due to the circumstances. He could not convey information.
Despite the fact that he couldn't, do you recall ever asking him to convey information to the zone?
Nuk kam kërku.
I didn't.
Could you tell us what your role in the KLA was after you were no longer acting commander of Brigade 162?
Nga 12
From 12 June 1999, I was on duty in the operational department of the Zone Command.
And where were you based at that time?
në Ferizaj.
In Ferizaj.
And what were your tasks at this time?
Oficari operativës edhe pse
Operations officer, this was a post-war period, and the post had nothing to do with combat duties except for the transformation of the KLA into Kosovo Protection Corps.
And how long did you serve in this role?
këtë detyre kam mbajtur deri
I served until 19 September 1999, when I joined the command of Zone Number 6 of Kosovo Protection Corps as a member of the Kosovo Protection Corps.
And in this role that we're currently discussing from June of 1999, who did you report to in your capacity within the Neradim operational zone?
zona operative
The Nerodime operational zone within the KLA completed its mission on 19th of September.
Yes, and from the 12th of June until the 19th of September, who did you report to within the Neradim operational zone?
komandantit
To the commander, Shukri Buya.
And did he remain in the position of commander of the Neradim operational zone until September of 99?
po.
Yes.
Could you tell us what the area of responsibility of Brigade 162 was in 98 and 99, please?
Zona përgjithësi.
The area of responsibility of the brigade was mainly the area of Kaçanik municipality, in particular some villages.
And could you tell the judges the villages that you remember as forming part of Brigade 162 in 98 and 99, please?
Edhe pse asnjëherë nuk ka pas mundësi.
Although it could never cover them all, given the small strength of our units and lack of equipment, we could not cover all the villages. However, battles occurred in the following villages: Gabric, Gaire, Pusetenikas, Ivai, and some other villages.
You mentioned that battles occurred in, amongst others, Ivai. Could you tell the judges whether or not Ivai fell within the area of responsibility of Brigade 162 in 98 and 99?
Not
in 1998, but yes, in 1999 for a certain period while there was fierce fighting going on.
And what period is that in 1999?
The main battle in Ivai took place on 8th of March 1999.
From when until when did the KLA have a unit or units in Ivai in 1999?
This was not my competence or under my duties. This was under the competence of Kamil Ilazi as brigade commander.
Do I understand correctly that by the time you were acting brigade commander in May, the KLA did not have a presence in Ivai?
Not Koyo.
At that time, no, we didn't.
It had a presence
because there was nothing to defend or protect in Ivai. The entire civilian population was forced out by the Serb forces, and Ivai village was completely empty.
So am I understanding correctly that the KLA unit or units were present in Ivai before, in 1999, but before May?
The main battle in Ivai occurred on 8th of March 1999.
Brigade Commander Tamir Elazi, where was he based in 1999 before his death?
During the Ivai battle, he was in the center of the village of Ivai and led that battle.
And had he been in Ivai before the battle started?
Yes.
Do you recall from when he was there in Ivai?
I don't remember exactly from when.
Would it sound correct to you if I suggest it was from around the 26th of February of 1999 that he was based there?
Could be, because on 26th of February 1999, the Serb forces tried to attack villages of Pustenik, Gaire, and Ivai, and it is possible that units of 162 Brigade were positioned in these mountainous villages.
Where was the command of the 162 Brigade in the first months of 1999?
In Ivai village.
And who was based at this command? Was it Chamililazi, other people, him and other people?
The main responsibility, the person who had the main responsibility was Jamil Ilazi as brigade commander.
And was he based, as in, did he, for example, work and or sleep in Ivai at the brigade command in the first few months of 1999?
I do not have knowledge about this as to where he slept or where he worked. It was wartime and it was impossible to know the whereabouts of everybody.
But you recall that he was present in Ivai in the first months of in the first few months of 1999, right?
Let us understand each other. The first months of 1999 cover a larger amount of time. However, we are speaking about 8th of March, which is the date of the main battle in Ivai, and we are saying that it could have been from 26th of February to 8th of March.
So to make sure that we are understanding each other, are you saying, to understand correctly, that between around the 26th of February and the 8th of March, to your knowledge, Chamililazi, the brigade commander of Brigade 162, was based in Ivaya? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in 1998 or 1999, did the KLA have any unit or units in Bob or in the area above or around Bob?
Not in 1998.
Okay, so when?
From 26 February 1999, there was presence above Bob village up to Old Ivai, Gaire, and Puset and Nikas in these villages. So not in Bob proper, but above the village of Bob, in the mountainous area above this village.
And who from the KLA in this period of time and in this location above the village of Bob you mentioned was present?
There were units that were responsible for that area.
Do you recall the name of the unit or units or the name of anybody in charge of those units?
Well, above Bob village, more specifically at Kula e Hassanit location. There was a company stationed there, and that company, the person in charge of that company was Feriz Guri.
Your Honor, I see the time. I think we can stop here for today.
Please escort the witness from the room. Witness, we are finished for today. You may not speak to anyone about your testimony outside of this courtroom. If anyone tries to approach you to talk to you about this case, please notify us immediately. You may go with the court attendant.
That's all. Okay.
That's clear. Thank you.
Mr. Misitich?
Yes, if we may move into private session, Mr. President.
Please into private session, Madam Court Officer.
Honors, we are now in public session.
We are adjourned.
All rise.